Welcome back. Just a second. There we go. Oops. Welcome back to Workers and Resources. I did a mic check before and I forgot to turn it off before I started. That might have been a double sound, so I apologize. We're back in our Republic, having set up our harbor to a functional level. We do have a Western container ship running now. And we have an Eastern cargo ship able to export our open hull goods for us. Currently loading a bunch of boards that we are delivering. What are we going to do today? Well, most likely try and set up the power infrastructure to be able to have more capacity, have more throughput. We need to plan a power line here for 18 megawatts or so, just so we have it available. Oh, you can almost draw it across the building. Well, the 18 megawatt wire is pretty much going to happen here. So that one can be built. The other thing we will need is a road and or settlement next to this building. The idea was to have maybe construction offices located up here so they can reach in this area. Should be doable. 3 kilometers is, I think, the limit. We will have to have a tunnel in this area to get a connection. And then I think the building will just be a building maintained by construction offices, not technical services. We also want to bring the rail line up here because we want to potentially have a prefab panel factory. But first of all, for all of that, we need to set up our asphalt and concrete plant, delivering gravel to this area, and we need to bring water to the asphalt to the concrete plant. And for the asphalt plant, the bitumen is already hooked up, so we don't need to make any changes to that. So I guess we'll set up a water pump of some simple water connected from here. Don't need to be really fancy with that. Just a simple water outflow will do. This will have to connect to the road. And the road itself is supposed to go uphill here. Because we want our town to be able to drive across the bridge down here, picking up the resources for the citizens. So we might even turn this into a one-way road only for emergency services, but if they want to leave, they have to go out and drive across the bridge to get back. Seems okay. Maybe this could be a little bit smoother. I mean, in general, it could probably be smoother. Let's try. That looks okay. Then the road here would come down this way, creating the junction point basically, and then we develop it further into that area. I think that's how this is going to turn out. And from this road we can have a storage for construction materials. We can have our storage for prefab panels that trains can come and pick up here in this area. Should all be up here next to construction offices. And towards our steel mill would be the main road heading that way. I don't know if this is gonna be a tunnel or just a cut. Feels kinda tunnel-y. Elevation difference of 45 to 14 is quite steep. So I'll probably set up a tunnel through the mountain. We'll go into the mountain and draw the tunnel first. That's at an angle. That seems about right. I think we'll have a slight bit of a turn here. Come out uphill at an angle. We could make it snap to the grid, I guess. Have the tunnel come up here. And then we'd be up here, organized with the grid, allowing us to plan out a steel mill with perfect alignment on the grid. Still have to connect the roads here, so we shall do that. This is basically for traffic coming off of this. Same thing for this side, pretty much. Guess we'll have to connect that differently here. Vehicles from the steel mill, trying to turn off on that. Maybe we could fit both corners on this side. Yeah, let's make it asymmetric. Why not? Why not? I guess we could connect to the bridge on both sides if it lets us. Leads into that junction. We'll have an option for people who want to turn right to skip the whole junction. And then for vehicles coming down underneath the tunnel wanting to turn right, there will be another option. Not sure if that junction is going to work, but if it doesn't, we can take off the other lines. We're barely going to have any impact, because if there's more than 2 vehicles waiting here, then that turn-off lane is going to be closed off anyway because of the vehicles waiting, but it'll make it a little bit smoother maybe. There shouldn't be that many vehicles coming from this side trying to go to the steel mill, I don't think, but who knows. We'll have to wait and see how it develops. Also have to go ahead and see if we can increase the amount of people living in this area. We're getting close to the capacity of our heat exchanger. Each of these buildings has 10 cubic meters, so we can fit at most 4. Then we're at 296 for our heat water tank capacity. Maybe a good idea to think about the next heat exchanger too. So I guess we are going to plan for 3 heat exchangers in this area. And therefore, this will at some point house quite a few heating pipe connections. Electricity 0.4 megawatts, so we would be at 1.2 for all 3 of them. Which should be doable, as long as nothing else hooks up to the area. Should allow us to get all the connections in, I believe. Right. So that doesn't work anymore after the underground pump has been built. But you can put the underground pump on top of an existing heating pipe. I did not know that. Yeah, let's probably write that down. That probably shouldn't happen. Should not allow you to do that. I wonder if we hook this up, can we draw it along here? No. It does recognize the underground pump after it has been placed, but not the other way around. That is unfortunate. Hello Shariashu. Welcome. I'm tempted to relocate that pump out of the way to make sure we can get our heating pipes in. I think that's probably the best option. Yeah, I think we'll rebuild that. Not heating pipes, regular pipes, please. That means the refueling will be disrupted a little bit. I'll leave the truck refueling on for now, I think. The train refueling has enough fuel stored inside, and even the gas stations here should be refueled to the max, but we'll wait until this new pump is up before we switch over the piping. Yep, let's wait. It's also planned for a proper demolition office in the area, so I don't have to go around and micromanage that anymore. If I am going to make changes that frequently, it's probably a good idea to have a demolition office. Incinerator train. I don't know why the pollution happens exactly at that spot. Get a little bit more housing down here. Potentially being able to run the distillery at full capacity without impacting the food production. Then we could export some alcohol, and by export I mean put it on top of the train that brings containers into the harbor area. That would be an extra 75 people. We get 2 more houses built, an extra 150 people. See if we run into unemployment a little bit more, and then I guess we'll crank up the distillery. More places for people to work in. More alcohol, potentially. And some export. Probably with a smaller truck and or limited in scope. But some of it should be turned into containers. We could also set up a container loading in Tabovina and load crops into containers. That would probably fill up the container ship a lot faster. How's our production versus consumption of crops? Last year, 21,700 produced, and only half of that consumed. Well then. That means we have a lot of crops left in the fields. There's quite a few crops in here. Not sure how many deteriorated, but Winter has just recently started, so I don't know. Don't think this is really made for a container loading station. But I guess we do have a vehicle loading station, and we could load containers on this. I don't think I want to turn crops into containers. I'll leave that be. We'll find something else at some point. The other thing we'll have to work on is Colata, our steel recycling facility. Unloading station for metal scrap into a storage into steel recycling. And the steel could then go into the open storage, either a dedicated one or a new one. This might just be a pickup location for steel. Originally I thought this would be the delivery area for construction materials. And we could still do that. Whenever we take steel out, it would be produced in. But I think it might be better to just have that be a pickup location for steel itself. Although it won't really be enough to supply our construction tasks, I don't think. That one has been upgraded. Let's do that one next. Even though it's winter and this is dirt and it's scary. We'll see if it works. Or if something burns down. Hopefully not our transformer. That would be irritating. Could have a country road go down here. I don't think a highway to Colata makes sense right now. I don't even know if we need a road connection. I do believe I should probably start delivering construction materials here. If I decide that to make that the construction material storage, that is. The scrapyard could potentially make a lot of steel. I guess we'll wait and see. We'll set up this area. Do have to find a way to make a footpath work in this location. Also set up a fire station for the area because it's becoming quite important. So a fire station here with people walking down this way should be a lot of safety for this location. Yeah, we'll see. We'll produce steel, see how much it is. If it doesn't seem to be overwhelming, we can deliver construction materials here. If it is still too much, we'll just make this steel that can be picked up before we go to a customs house to fill it up completely. We should use all of this steel first before we go to a steel mill, just to make sure that the recycling doesn't stop. And we could have a conveyor come down here to feed the metal scrap directly into the building, but I believe a truck hauling the metal scrap over is also fine. Don't need to overdo that, I don't think. We still need a gravel delivery, we still need coal delivery before we think about growing our settlement further. Heat water tank is really good. So it seems like heating wise we do have enough capacity to have more housing. And the game agrees. Only at 60% right now. Guess we could have two houses facing each other here. Sure. What kind of density are we talking? That is about the density of this. This is a bit close. But this looks pretty good, if it's offset a little bit. I don't know. This one first, I guess. Slowly increase the amount of people living here as we start developing more industry. Probably makes sense. Also need more workers in the coal mine. Make sure that we produce enough coal for heating and don't run into a nasty surprise. That sounds like a plan. %50 capacity. Hello, Steffen. Thank you for the lurk. What a noisy lurk. Well, should probably think about more housing. Shopping center and grocers seem to be fine. Do I need those footpaths? I don't know. I wanted to tear this down, have the road connection through here, I remember that. So I guess this footpath is kinda obsolete. We did already build the new waste storage here, so that one can go online. And this one, if we demolish it right now, would cause pollution. So we have to limit the amount of waste being stored in here and remove the other waste from that building. No waste truck available here. Oh, I did get carried away right now. Dang it, we're too late. Well, there goes the biological waste. Got that one removed. So we just have to take out some mixed waste and some hazardous waste, and then the storage should be empty. It's pretty good. After that we can get the road connection in here and start planning out this settlement area. probably needs another heating pump. Okay, I can't add more housing to this. Can I? No, I can. We do have two heating plants up already, so that one would be fine. I thought I didn't build the other one yet, but I did. So the next heat pumping station would be about here in this area, as far as we can move it into town, maybe on the roundabout. Make sure it has reasonable coverage by a fire station. Yeah. That would get quite good coverage. Might be a little bit close with the distance. Still seems to work. Not sure how much we have left. Yeah, the heating plant is a little bit further away. Might have to put the heat pump closer. Might have to happen. Not sure what it's... Oh. We might not be up above the ground here. So we need to be here. To make that connection work. And this one might have to be closer. We'll have to check with the other heating pipe. See if that one can connect. If it can, we don't need to change it, but if it can't, we have to move it closer. Might have to move it because of the, yeah. Because of the water processing facility being in the way. It won't fit here anyway. I'll move it some closer, I guess. From this location, we should have plenty of distance to reach anything else anyway. So we'll just drop it in next to our other heat pumping station, slightly offset along the road. Maybe in a way where we can have another one that doesn't look too strange. And we can probably have a third one, maybe a fourth one. Whatever we need. And from here, we would get a heat exchanger down. Somewhere on top of the hill. I don't like the fact that the heating pipes are crossing over each other, but I'm not that finicky with other elements, so I guess we'll be fine. There's all water again. Yeah, the water's up. The water purification plant is definitely going to get in the way. So we'll have to follow the road and then make a right-hand turn. Should get us to the hill area. Wanted to snap to the water pipe, it seems. Interesting. Turn off the grid snapping. Power line. That's a decent amount of distance, I would say. That'll allow us to put the heat exchanger here, no problem. So these ones are planned, they can be built. This one can be built. Electricity-wise, we'll probably put another substation in, just to be safe. This one's already quite close to capacity. Better safe than sorry. Especially with all the water pumps. The more facilities we add, the more buildings we add, the more those are going to be strained, and the better it'll be to actually make sure we have some safety. I believe we have a decent number of power connections that we can use. So we are going to hook up one of them. Something like that. And it'll provide electricity and make sure it doesn't go over capacity too easily. And it will allow us to develop the housing in this area. Okay, metal scrap. Oh, we are getting metal scrap out of this actually, so that was maybe the right choice. Go here. Next you're gonna pick up hazardous waste. And then I guess we have to remove the metal scrap from this. I guess with citizens recycling, they can recycle metal scrap. The metal scrap will have to drive out of here. Mr. Sebes Flat's unhappy. What's going on? Drinking water? Are you kidding me? Well, looks like we'll have to set up the water purification soon. Real soon. I'll just set it up in the settlement itself, on the outside. probably as part of this area behind the houses. So there would just be a large water treatment plant here. I mean, we could also set it up in here, I guess. But no, I think on the outside it's fine. Water tower or pressurized water? Water tower is kind of convenient. We do have the chemicals in this area. What we don't have yet is a sewage system. Sewage system would just dump the raw sewage in here. Across this area somehow. Or towards the harbor area. Because we actually will have vehicles here maintaining things. So the sewage might come down next to our waste storage and add a little bit more pollution to it. Demolition office is already up. Pretty good. Two excavators, 6 waste trucks, 1 bus. Mixed waste, hazardous waste, construction waste and metal scrap will have to go to the border. So quite the trip. People you can pick up from here. No explosives. But yeah, if you pick up construction waste or metal scrap, I guess construction waste we do have a storage for it here. So just metal scrap. We're building a metal scrap storage. I guess we will have to change our construction offices, our demolition offices all to that at some point. So I'll have to bring it to Kolata. Quite a road trip. Okay, we're running out of water. People are unhappy. There was a water delivery made, but it is draining. Before we upgrade the footpaths, I guess we'll set up the sewage system and then set up the water system. Can't really guarantee it won't collapse again. I also, offline, tested the capacity of these big water pumps. And it seems like they have more capacity than a large pipe. A large pipe being 127 cubic meters. I think the large pumps can handle about 190 cubic meters. So in our case it would probably be okay if we hooked up 2 pipes to it. And then later on we might consider having more water, but yeah, for now that should be enough. And then water tower, I guess. I don't know. Water tower and passive distribution versus pumps. I guess we're gonna go pumps. We'll take more electricity, but it'll be... it won't require any switches. The pumps will be the switches. I think one pipe per entry into the town, and then we have to balance it with maybe a water tower in the middle somewhere, where we can merge everything back together, depending on how much population we will get. Can't really plan that out yet, otherwise the water consumption is gonna shoot up. I hope it didn't already do that. No, still fine. I mean, we've planned it out. I mean, we can't commit to the construction yet. We will need a road connection for the water purification plant, but we don't need a road connection for the pump. They can build that with a footpath. That will be enough. Water quality is fine here. It's a little bit low, but we'll just deal with it with chemicals. It's fine. Electricity is provided for both of them. Chemicals will be provided from the warehouse by one truck hauling it over. Yeah. So we get the water situation resolved soon. Kinda important. There will be a footpath around here, allowing access for people to work. There's not going to be any housing on that side, I think it's just going to be open. And the housing will come back down here, maybe diagonally. We'll see what we can make. Let's check on our alcohol production in Valenciava. Definitely too many workers now. Might have taken a few off of the food factory. We're still building the houses. Don't have a truck waiting here, so let's get one. Valenciava. Alcohol chemicals warehouse? No. I don't even know what those are. I would need to check. Oh, right. They just transport alcohol and chemicals to the area. We shouldn't really do that anymore, should we? Because we're citizen supply from the warehouse. Yeah, we don't need to bring alcohol here anymore. I guess that truck is obsolete. For alcohol at least. Great. Change the wrong setting again. Put you back. No more alcohol. There you go. And the vehicle itself will be opened up to carry any material, because it's only one. Our export truck will bring alcohol to the container loading facility. Valenciava. Okay, there's a typo here. Valenciava. It'll bring it to the container loading facility, but first to the warehouse to make sure we have enough alcohol present to distribute it in our city. So that'll take a little bit more longer for the truck. Maybe we can keep up with the production. I don't think so. It does take a lot of production. We basically need to crank out 2 full work days before the truck gets back. We'll see. Do we have drinking water here? Okay. We also should not neglect our sewage infrastructure. Sewage infrastructure, since this is all going to be flat, will go down to the road, go along the road, and go in here. That'll basically be one of the discharge connections. There'll be a sewage switch along the road every now and then, allowing us to put more sewage in from the town, I think. And we'll have one here. And as we develop our town this way, there might be another one coming down into a connection here. But for now we just need a sideways connection that way. And then have sewage switches throughout the city. And they can't really go down, otherwise they can't go back up and can't connect. Elevation is important for this. Sewage pipe number 1. This was supposed to be a green strip. We should stick to that idea. So we'll have greenery on this side. And then this is going to be a sewage switch. We'll have to build the sewage network first, as I said, so the water can flow away. Otherwise we'll have significant pollution issues. Slope issues. 42. This is uphill? Wow. Okay. I thought this was downhill, but no, this is actually a little bit of uphill here. Good to know. Power line. Yeah, that's definitely downhill. Will take a while to dig out, but that's fine. Guess we can't really put that in between the roads, no. Sewage pipe underneath the road. Let's hope that works. And I guess if we have another sewage switch coming out of the town somewhere on this side, running into the sewage discharge, it'll be in the middle. And we'll hook this up to the right side. Away it is. There is a tunnel in the way though, which could become a problem. Hopefully it won't. Looks like there's enough terrain above it to make that not a problem. First sewage pipe from this area would pipe directly over here, or get another sewage discharge, whatever is more convenient. Really need the construction officers here soon. Sewage piping that way, sewage piping that way. We should have a lot of room for a lot of capacity in this, but yeah, can't be sure that we will have enough. Gotta get all of these connected first with the footpaths. But this one we can already build. The discharge. And once the discharge is in place, we can hook up our water purification. Yep, that's still a thing. Also reworking the fuel pumps. I mean, for the time being, we'll load the fuel directly from the tank, so disconnecting the pipe will not matter for us. For our vehicle refueling, that should be safe. This one. And as I said, the train refueling should be fine too. We have a decent amount of fuel left in there. So we'll also get that one disconnected. And the train pipe has already been removed anyway. And the demolition office can do that by itself. Yes, water is available in insufficient quantities. We might have to turn off some building. Don't allow people to move into this area right now. So if people leave, the water issue might fix itself slowly. Or it might just fall over. We'll see. Yep, seems okay. We can already plan the new pipe. We can't. It's not completely removed yet. Decent amount of metal scrap, but don't have our recycling facility set up yet to take that. Plus it would be quite the travel all the way around here. From this area through here and then into Kolata from this side. It might be a good idea to have a metal scrap storage where we can just drop metal scrap into and then train it over. So maybe in Duceni we would have another aggregate storage feeding into this loading station, and it would just be metal scrap. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. I think that's fine. We'll store metal scrap in here. Have one train sitting there waiting until loaded. Like we do for construction waste. We have it for metal scrap, and all demolition offices can feed into that. Except maybe the Hellas one, because that one is closer to Kolata, but we'll see. So we'll have another train. That one wouldn't have the waste train cars, though. I think the other ones might be better. The aggregate cars, the hopper cars, probably have more carrying capacity for metal scrap. I the game autosaves, I can check. 92 tons iron ore, 55 tons metal scrap only. These ones have 55 tons. 184 tons of iron ore. So they are quite high capacity. These are the hopper cars. So yeah, that makes sense. Set up the next construction, please. Water purification. And water pumping. We'll need a covered hull truck to bring chemicals over. But yeah, the sewage network is more important. We can run drinking water, but it would create a lot of pollution, a lot of sewage, and people would get very, very sick. So let's set everything to be built in this area, that we can run the sewage before we finish our water purification if possible. Aggregate storage for construction waste in Duceni will be joined by an aggregate storage for metal scrap in Duceni. We'll assemble a train. I think we still have aggregate train cars that we can use. Don't think there's any trains in here. 3 trains. It's supposed to be in Korasna. I don't know what they're doing here. There's only our steel train in that one. And there's our 2 containers. Let's move the trains over, assemble a train for metal scrap, and have it set to unload here with the new unloading station. Still have to build the train. The rail. There's supposed to be more rail coming this way. We still want the coal to be delivered. We still want gravel. So it's going to be useful to keep double tracking this, I think. And the train delivering metal scrap here will not be... will just be very short, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Still think that the scrapyard will probably make most of the waste. But we'll see. give us access to the storage for metal scrap. 1 train, 2 train cars. Should hopefully be enough for the deliveries to the area. And then we'll see what else we need. Let's get our rail construction office on the task. And prepare that. They already built all of that up. I am thinking of a bus stop here too. Maybe a bus platform here. Just to make it a little bit more convenient to bring workers to the area. Actually, it's probably going to be better on that side because of the eventual oil power plant / heating plant that are going to find their place into this area. Let them build that. We'll set up a bus route. Can't reach the fire station, people can walk to that directly. Might even build another fire station here. I really like having enough fire stations. They protect your investment, they make sure that if a fire does happen, it doesn't burn down very much. Mainly costs you workers, which could make money, but for us it's not a problem. I really need to start another run. I'm looking forward to the prisoner focused run, but I kinda also want to do the mega city one. That one sounds interesting because there's gonna be a lot more problems to that. And it'll mean that we start building a city from the start, and we will only have one city. Like across the map. I don't know. Might also run into a lot of problems with that, but we'll see. So I'll have to build a proper fire station for this area as well. We can have one on the green strip, I guess. Establish our first proper fire station into town. It does fit here, so instead of providing a green strip, I guess we could provide fire safety to the area. And who is opposed to that one? No one, I say. This fire station, I don't know. I don't think we need one that close to the exit of town. This should be able to get down here, leave town, and deal with any fire in this area. This is the main concern. We'll have to leave town, drive down here, and extinguish any fire that could happen in our heat pumping station area. And that would be at the danger zone. If that thing catches fire and we don't extinguish it, and it's before or during winter, people are not gonna have a good time. Okay, we still have broken down personal cars apparently with 100% wear. 90% wear. I'm just gonna sell them for $1 million each. You're at 100%. You're gonna go. I don't know. I think I'm gonna switch over to just having the bus carry the tourists over now. I'm gonna get rid of all of these cars. So instead of going to the bus stop, I'm gonna go to the customs house and bring us all of the tourists directly into town. We are going to check and see if we get more or less money from that. I would assume less, but might be just the same. Oh boy. You are gonna go into storage. And we'll save up the metal scrap. I guess we don't have to save up the metal scrap. The storage is already there. We can already start delivering it into the storage. So you have a new drop-off point. The route for our tourist vehicles will take a turn and end its route in the vehicle depot here. And as they start arriving, we'll have to make sure they all go into the scrapyard. But at least it'll be way closer. No fire issues. Everything is fine. Do we have the metal scrap storage? Oh, it is being built. Once it comes up, we can set our demolition offices to store metal scrap there as well. We'll have to check our demolition offices in general. I don't even know if the ones in Segadawara are set up to store the construction waste properly. We'll see. Get some drinking water again. Pollution monitoring station. No pollution to be seen anywhere. Pretty good. Vehicle repairs. 45% wear. It's already 37 years old. Don't know what it can repair to, but it's 2/3 done. That's doing its thing. That's fine. Let's take a look at our buildings and check wear and tear across the map. See if anything is like super close to collapsing. As I said all this time, Sterylania doesn't matter. Those buildings are obsolete. This one was on fire, so it's being reconstructed now. This one should be reconstructed, but it's not. Because of the weight limit traffic signs, I guess. We'll just institute a speed limit and see if that reduces the amount of vehicles going through this. Right now they seem to be all picking the correct side. I guess we'll wait with the speed limit if we notice that things aren't behaving the way they should. We can institute a speed limit again. Would be nice if we could get this up and running before winter. Also need a gas station here. Let's set up a gas station. 60 tons of fuel gas station in the area. Shouldn't be too close to the main road, but I guess the traffic from the town should be able to refuel here. Yeah, I guess we'll drop it here. It's not going to be any waiting until unloaded. Just vehicles constantly bringing new fuel here. Means we can get rid of the free gas stations. Slowly. Soon we'll have our gravel storage. And then we can set up the concrete and asphalt plant. And we will need a cement storage up here as well. Shouldn't look too bad, but we'll see. Where is my notepad? There it is. We have 25, 30,000. We're very close to another research point. I don't think we've reached that one yet. I believe we've never crossed 32,500. I'm just gonna say we didn't. We're still close to getting that one. I might get the fire station researchers to reduce the amount of fires we are experiencing. Yep, that's the one I was looking for. Stop repairing these things, please. I guess I need the terraforming vehicles. I'm gonna put a free road depot here and move the bulldozers in temporarily while we phase out the personal cars for tourist delivery. Got our bus stop, we got electricity, we got water. Just need to add workers and we'd be making steel. Let's get a bus for that. I guess we could get reuse one of the personal cars for that. But no, we'll use a bus. That should be enough room. Get the bridge done. I want to remove this connection also and put it here. I said I was fine with an asymmetric setup. It would still be asymmetric. Let's move that one closer onto the same connection. That looks super strange. That's better. A bit of a wobble hasn't hurt anyone. Seems like that will be okay. On this side we can connect it differently as well. Need to give it more room. Basically have a road connection that goes here, and then a ramp like that, well, a ramp, turn like that, maybe a little bit further, and then on ramp. That is not what I had in mind. Let's get these connections in first. I guess this is what I'm looking for. Left-hand turn this way, right-hand turn here, right-hand turn here, and left-hand turn out this way. We'll see if it works. If not, we'll have to rework it. That's probably not all of them yet, but most of them. I definitely don't want any replacement vehicles, so we'll have to keep an eye on the personal cars moving into this and slowly start phasing them out. We should check our tourist bus, I guess. I'm not gonna scroll back there, I'm just gonna spend $1 million. And that one also. That should be all of them. So now they're not spending any money until they get delivered to the first bus stop. We'll see what they pay us. If it's more, less, or equal. We're expecting around $500 from previous car-based deliveries. That's 1,650. It's ridiculous. Well then. We did unload all of them, so 1,600 times 130. Just for that bus delivery. Alright. Might need to add another bus. Very likely. We have SG192. Probably gonna replace them by some faster buses. These fire station vehicles also need to go to the scrapyard. Guess we're gonna get 4 Mars 305 buses, maybe. And run that for our tourists. Fastest buses we can have. And we need 1 bus to run the scrapping facility. By scrapping facility I mean the metal scrap recycling. As we increase the amount of workers here, we'll be able to pick up more and more, and then we can also run things like our new heating setup. Yeah, the production speed of metal scrap is not too fast for the truck delivery, but there will be trains coming here occasionally. You're waiting to load the waste, that is fine. Let's take a look at our new metal scrap train too. Can set that one up too. We have the train station, which we have, and if we have the connection to the train station in Kolata. This train station we already have, we're still waiting on the conveyor engine though. But we can set it up to wait until loaded here. And then delivery-wise, we need that connection, which has been made. And we can wait until unloaded here too. Just any metal scrap going to Kolata. And goes through the coal loading apparently. Just need to build that one conveyor. And I guess we now need to also set up our demolition offices to bring all the metal scrap over here. I guess the conveyor would like to have a road so we can actually build it. Metal scrap. No, construction waste goes here. Metal scrap goes here. We need to set it to hold metal scrap. This one is set to hold construction waste. Okay, let's check the demolition office in Segadoara. It might still be missing the construction waste assignment. It is not. We do have explosives assigned, but we are not planning on using them. And now we can assign metal scrap here. And the same goes for the demolition office in Hellas. Krasna construction waste, sure. The train yard with the tunnel from here might come along this way to turn around and put the resource storages for the construction office back here. I think this area is getting a little bit too cluttered, probably. Still not fully demolished. Amazing. We'll bring the demolition office in Segadoara to help a little bit. Help with all of these assignments so we can progress. The refrigerated truck does not need to go, but the dump trucks are basically obsolete. We're not using Eastern dump trucks most of the time anyway. So I guess after their short 4 years of intense labor, making sure that our town doesn't die, we're just gonna drop them into the scrapyard. I could also sell them, I guess. I mean, maybe 4 years is a good idea to sell them instead. Need to bring them to Taborina for that. No, we're bringing vehicles for scrapping. We're not selling vehicles, I guess. This should be closer though. Can't wait to have the proper construction offices in the area. With the resource materials, so we don't have to manually assign construction tasks anymore. That'll be nice. Might happen this episode. We're slowly setting up the road. The rail connection will be important to get the resources delivered. But yeah, everything up here could probably be set up. That changes plans for the prefab panels a little bit. But if we have the storage down here, I guess we could have another level and put the prefab panels on another elevation. The workers wouldn't mind, they can walk over there, up the hill. Up some stairs. We'll see. Let's get all of that built. Let's check our steel recycling facility in Kolata. Already ran through everything. Now we got 23 tons of steel, so not a lot. Might be worth having having steel deliveries and construction materials in here directly. But it might be enough to just use the steel here for building and maintenance. I don't know. We're getting a decent amount from just scrapping, basically. Do need to set up more electricity, though. The storages are out of range. I guess we can set up the resources to be brought here. Seems like that decision can be made. We do have enough connections for more switches. The oil power plant is supposed to go into that as well. Bring the construction materials over now, I guess. So that one is removed. You will load anything and drop it off in here. Wait until loaded. And the other trucks will have to do the same. And transport as many materials as possible over. Then we can remove this resource storage setup that we used in the beginning. That building is also obsolete. Construction offices will pick up resources from this area now. Don't have concrete or asphalt plants yet, but that will happen as soon as we have the gravel delivery in this area, which might take a while. As soon as we get traffic jam warnings when they can't pick up any more resources, we'll let them run one more time and then end their route in the scrapyard. And then we'll send the trains here. We might have to assemble a third train, because we're basically adding more and more stops. And then we might need a fourth one to also deliver towards Resuscibes Harbor. Storage can be built. The setup is all still open. We'll wait. Get that built. Alright. These ones, I guess. All of that. Prepare the water facilities. Sewage seems to be pretty good. That switch is not important yet, but I think it's in place now. So the sewage shouldn't be piling up in our sewage tanks anymore. Means we could start building the water setup. Maybe an end station for the resource delivery vehicles when they return here. We'll see if that one is necessary. I think the demolition tasks might finally, well, almost completely be done. And now we can connect it. Now the pipe is gone. This one is still there. And this one is necessary. A little bit of metal scrap, then we can put the fuel pipe back in place. I think it just got removed. No, didn't. Still waiting for the truck to come back. Pick up the metal scrap. Well, it's a little bit far away, so we'll check on that later. I'll go grab a truck for chemicals. Just have to wait for the water treatment facility to come up, and we can add the second stop correctly. Couldn't wait, so I added the warehouse twice instead, just to create the line. Speaking of lines, we should probably take a look and remove some of them. So the tourist line is... I guess the tourist line is obsolete. Hellas tourists from Baraslav. 3 Kolata lines that are not necessary anymore. Resuscitus coal, unnecessary. Sigadoa, 5 firefighters, unnecessary. Volunseava, alcohol container loading. I think I set that one up again. Volunseava, alcohol container loading. Yeah, we have that twice, so one of them can be removed. Karasna clothing export, I don't think we'll do that again. Aggregate loading Sigadoara to heating plant. So that's an old truck running coal to the heating plant, I guess. Those vehicles can all go to the scrapyard. Okay, looks like we got all the materials necessary. That means all of these will also go to the scrapyard. And you'll make your last delivery of less than a ton of prefab panels, I guess. Still got the gravel here. That one will become obsolete as soon as we have the aggregate unloading station with coal and gravel. We are at 32,500 people, so I will give myself the 13th research point for total population, 25 researchers in total, meaning we have 1 research spare. And no use for it right now. This does have electricity. Can build the pump, can build that water pipe. And then we need to hook up this one, which will supply water to everything in the area right now. But let's make sure we can have running water first, before we start building that pipe. Not the warehouse. This one, water treatment. Please bring chemicals here. Need the pump, need the well, and then we'll have water. Running water. And enough workers can walk to that site, so it'll be safe. New fire station can also be built, meaning that we can phase that one out if we wanted to. Maybe put a tree line along the road or something. Or some bushes. Since most of this has been demolished, everything has been demolished, we can now also put the heating pipes in place. Which was the whole other reason we wanted to redo this area. Too long. Would you believe that? Well, we did pay attention to the distance here, so we might have to move them further down. Which isn't that dangerous or problematic, it's just something we'll have to do. Might even be an issue with that heating plant. Might not have enough distance to cross-connect these. But single point of failure is not important for me right now. We'll just double up on one of these for one heating plant. And then these ones will have to be built further down. 2, 4, 6 would be the heat exchangers that we could be using. And instead of... no, that should be enough electricity, but yeah. Probably put one down here. We'll have to see how the pipes work out. I'll not try and use the cross connection between two heating plants anymore. That one was a little bit silly, but I liked using it. I think as soon as we start building the last pipe, they will increase their water consumption drastically. If we start building that one, if I remember correctly. We also should be building the university, just providing some education for citizens here. Could be useful. Maybe we do have to export to the east. What are we importing? Steel. 16 tons for 3 billion. Why are we importing steel? I don't know. There's something set in Krasna to still pick up steel from the border. We do have a few old construction offices here, but they should all run on the correct assignments. I don't know, something imported steel from an Eastern Customs house, I guess? Do we still have a transportation route going here for one reason or another? Steel, scrapyard export, repair station, the repair station steel, there it is. That one is drawing all the steel. all of the 16 tons. We'll now have to take that from the construction material storage instead. And you're taking it from the warehouse, that's correct. Anything else at the border that we should be aware of? Coal for the heating, yeah. Gravel construction. That is obsolete, that's just transporting train cars. Export, that's a train. Fuel for the gas station, we still need a fluid unloading station. But just removing the steel should have done enough for now. But yeah, maybe we have to export the ship to the east instead. Hello Hailstorm, welcome. Hello Trisextan, also welcome. Thursday is going well. Roads and rails around the harbor are also going well. Building everything up slowly. Almost done with the first bridge. Already constructing the next road segments, going towards our asphalt and concrete plants, getting the gravel storage set up. Slowly building towards everything. Once we have asphalt, concrete and gravel in the area, things are gonna get a little bit better. Cement we already have, that we can drive up to the concrete plant until we have a dedicated storage setup up there. Currently reworking our fluid distribution, making room for the heating pipes. Those were getting in the way a little bit. Worried about this heating plant not being close enough, so we'll have to consider moving those heat pumping stations down here probably. Our first ship. We have two ships. One of the ships is full and running right now. Somewhere. I don't know where. Can't see it. But we have two ships. We have a container ship that is still waiting in harbor for a few years. Oh, I guess we are exporting to the east, so yeah, boards and everything are exported to the east. Of course, the tourism income is just ridiculous. So yeah, one ship for board exports that are now brought here instead of the border, and one ship for container exports that is slowly filling up. Food, alcohol, and chemicals, mainly. At some point also mechanical components from the steel mill, I believe. Unfortunately, we can't make handcrafts out of wood. Those ones would probably sell for a lot of money for us. Chemicals have been delivered. We're waiting for water. We might have to set up a sewage unloading station. Sewage unloading station. As I said, this one for the right side of town. The middle one maybe for another section of town that arrives down here, and this one for the harbor area. Should do well for us. So we won't need a connection out that way, I don't think. So we'll use this connection for the sewage unloading station instead. If it will let us. underneath the heating pipe, which is in the way, or the water pipe or something. That's the problem with other pipes in the way. There's a way to probably put that in place somehow, but I guess in our case we'll just relocate the sewage unloading station, if possible. Well, then the unloading points are still facing over the heating pipe and it won't really be possible to connect them. Could put the unloading station up here, I guess. But then I wished I had connected another sewage switch here. But no matter. We'll just build a sewage switch here that will be intended for the town area. On the other side of the road. Presumably allowing us a connection of a sewage pipe uphill. Yep. So this one would connect over here. And then this into the side, please. And then this one goes here. And then we have connections towards the town available from that. And the harbor area, I guess, will benefit from that sewage switch. Allowing a few connections here, if necessary. And the ship came back. It's loading boards right now, so it is doing its thing. We do have to export to the east for now, because, well, it costs a lot of money getting all of those, getting all of that one ship from the east purchased. That was like over 300 million. What are the refrigerated trucks doing? I guess there's only one here. That one's getting repairs. Oh. The vehicle snuck in here, causing mayhem. Thought that one was fixed. Well, at least the repairs won't take too long. And then the refrigerated truck can go back out and deliver some meat. Valenciava too? Okay, that one always has like a few delivery issues with meat. Whenever there's maintenance, traffic jam, yeah, took care of that. Okay. If one store runs out of meat, they can buy it at the second one. In Valenciava, that should be fine. What's going on here? Bit of a traffic nightmare. More trains. Well, at least you realize that you could run now, which is nice. Almost able to store gravel. Almost. I guess we can build all of these too. Get towards our facilities. That one. That one's still not done, so I shouldn't interrupt it. Bridges are done. We'll probably have like 2 large construction offices here doing construction and maintenance. If they can reach Resuscibus. If not, then we'll have a maintenance office nearby. Meat truck is probably still repairing. I'll ignore it. There was enough food. Korazna is receiving its food from Hellas. Well, running water should be provided soon. This building itself does not provide drinking water, but we are only 1 pipe away from having running water here. Need to finish that construction. Then we'll have water in our water purification plant, and after that, the last pipe. And I guess the water pump. We'll also need a fire station up here, protecting those investments at some point. Should be fine with the fire station next to the heating plant, but I'll feel safer if we start bringing workers here by bus that there's also a fire station nearby. I'm tempted to just research the pollution reduction, although our health is pretty good. The only people affected by pollution these days are, I assume, in the incinerator settlement, so it's not that many. Still have to plan for a prison here, right? Police did not investigate crime. Which building? Might be in Recessabes, because of the lack of water. Might have had enough criminality. No, it wasn't. Never mind. Then where did it happen? Was it in one of our existing areas? There it is, Valenciava. Valenciava is playing up. After we added a few more houses, it looks like. So we'll need another police station here. Not a problem. Could also build a large police station, but I think it would not fit with the theme of this settlement. Guess we'll have to have 2 police stations. Build a university. All resources are present. Thank you. Still need to set up the building after we have the machinery set up, but we'll also allow workers to go onto that construction site, and for the water pump over here. And that one. Sorry about that. When we have the water purification up and running, we'll turn our technical services to pick up water from them, and then we'll build the last step of the water pipe. Let's check on the metal scrap storage. $31 tons. Got all resources here. Train is waiting. Construction waste running out of this area right now. Coal production seems a little bit slow. We still need to bring more miners here. Right, we still have one truck bringing waste out of this. Metal scrap. Well, right now hazardous waste. Get the hazardous waste removed. And then come back here and remove the metal scrap, please. We have to remove this footpath so we can get the road constructed through here. The heating connection to the heat pumping station is available. The heating pipe has been, well, set up where it might go. And basically what we want is a settlement up on this platform, with the power line in the back at some point being removed and replaced by something else. Still causes pollution, but just have to wait for the truck to get back. The truck was hauling hazardous waste. Yeah. When it hauls metal scrap, it has to go somewhere else. Not in the storage for our city. It only accepts mixed and hazardous. I guess it accepts anything, but it shouldn't really. I'm thinking footpath tunnel probably, with an underground staircase, escalator. A little bit of a downward slope is fine. And this one will have to come up here. Hopefully we can set that up. Seems like it should be doable. I might have to use a little bit of a corner here to get to this side first and get the ramp up here on that side. No excavator available right now. Probably rework that a little bit. Anyway, this waste storage is now empty. And you will have to bring that waste to the metal scrap storage. Into Seni. And then go into a depot. Let me make sure I remove that before it starts filling up with waste again. Let's make it a little bit of a wider corner. Not too close to the footpath, it doesn't need to be. So we'll come around here. Once the waste storage is gone. And then basically have a ramp up here with a slight curve. And by slight I mean like 45 degrees. That seems okay. That would be our road connection to this area, where we can get food deliveries to a shopping center up here. And then a bunch of houses, where workers could then go directly to the train yard, because they don't really need to go down to the bus stop anymore, I guess. The workers on the lower area can deal with the heating plant. Haven't had a collision in a while. Curious. This is set up a little bit odd. But I guess it... Yeah, maybe I forgot one train with the setup, with the waypoints, and they moved into each other. Shouldn't really happen, but you never know. I think I had a message about train collision, can't move. Yeah, I just clicked it away. There were no trains standing around there. We can check the vehicles and see if any train has a warning message. There's no exclamation marks anywhere, so seems to be fine. Otherwise it would be listed in the first column. That doesn't have anything right now. Seems okay. Water well, water pump, water source, and the sewage discharge will be set up soon. But we should be making purified water now. I guess I never set that one up. Okay. So we are making water. And that means we can set up the last section of pipe. Which hopefully won't take too long, because I think they might now be using full quantity drinking water in each building. No, they're not using it yet. Never mind. Maybe it does need to have a constructed pipe, but it is the last section, so as soon as it finishes, well, we should be fine. Still have to build these ones though. Yep, no, they're using water in running water quantities at 1 cubic meter a day, it looks like. Oh no, they're not. They're just filling up the houses because they run out of water again. So hopefully it'll fix itself soon. But yeah, the pipe is not going to be too difficult to build. Sewage piping. That sewage pipe is not urgent yet. Got our gravel storage. Time to change the fuel delivery to the gas station and get rid of that free one. Before the bus end station, that free gas station is obsolete. And we will unload fuel here now. And once the free gas station is empty, we can bulldoze it for free. Time to relocate our fire truck and get rid of that fire station. Make sure everything works with the firefighters first, but there shouldn't be really any problems. And get rid of this one. Let's check our demolition office and make sure the search range is maximum. We don't have to go around and assign that manually. It can just do its thing. Guess the construction offices can be here. And then maybe it will snake up the hill again, and we'll have our resource storages here, or the resource storages will be at the back here. That could also be a thing. Have the road come along, have the rail come up here in a tunnel, or maybe out the side into the resource storage, and then the road connection into the resource storage from the other side. But yeah, it'll have to make quite a bit of a turn underground to get up here. And maybe it'll make sense to go here first and then turn around, because we want to have the train connection to the steel mill, and that has a higher priority than the resource storages. So I guess the train will have to come up here first, and then we'll have a corner, and it goes back into a tunnel out this way. So we have a section of track that comes along through a tunnel here along the mountainside and goes back into a tunnel and maybe uphill or something. But we do need the connection for the steel mill first. We should not forget about that. Excellent time. Well, we'll see. Direct connection will probably not work. Doesn't seem aligned. I guess it looks like that. Okay. And then I guess it would go through the mountain here. And have another downwards tunnel. This would be the connection for the steel mill in some way, shape or form. But there would be a corner here. A junction. Might have to have a connection here too, but for the time being, this should be enough. There will be a prefab panel factory. We will have the prefab panel factory planned in with a dedicated storage plus a storage for resource deliveries. So the prefab panels would be their own storage. We can get gravel here. And prefab panels will also need cement, and I guess each of them could have their own cement storage delivery by truck. I don't think they would be running at full capacity all the time, since we're not really planning to export. Let me know when that police station finishes construction so we can assign one police car. I guess this gas station might not really empty out anymore, because this is way more convenient to access. Oh well. One more delivery of steel and then we'll have running water. And we can basically build more housing. If the heating plant allows us to. And yes, 3 more houses will be possible. Then we're at 386 cubic meters. Hello, Hoysader. Hi, Broadsword. You mentioned earlier that stream that you might do a Mega City Challenge. I vote for it. Would love to see how you attack that challenge. The Mega City Challenge was supposed to be a Judge Dredd-like city. So it's not just a city with like farms and everything around it. The idea is basically plaster the whole map in buildings. No space left for logging, for farming. We can still have oil wells in the settlement, we can have mines, we can have resource extraction, but there's basically no room left for any of that. I think it'll be a challenge at some point. I am thinking of doing another challenge first though. I don't know when the release version comes out, but I really want to do the prisoner focus challenge where I will only be allowed to run industries with prisoners. But maybe the Megacity one is something we can do in between that I don't upload to YouTube, I don't know. Not sure yet. Just streaming and not uploading to YouTube could be something I could be doing at some point. Alright, we can build the rail lines here, I guess. Just gotta make sure we get signals. But yeah, there's a few such silly things. I think the sushi belt challenge is probably something I can do that doesn't need to be on YouTube, because that one's going to be ridiculous. And I don't know how much brainpower I want to put into that. But yeah, could be fun. We'll see. Pollution and everything would be way different in a megacity, where you have to build industries next to houses. You would basically have like constant drain on your population and probably crime generation, and I don't know what other nightmares could happen. It might not be sustainable, but it would be an interesting approach. Also, I would only get one research point per settlement, so it would be easier to count if I do low tick. Almost got the road connected through, just need the bus stop on the last bit of road here, 2 pieces. Bridges are also nearing completion, just gotta lay the asphalt across one. I am wondering if I should have a 2-lane road with off-ramps. I think that one would look better. Do that instead. Oh, third layer of no, second layer of containers, sorry. Look different. I thought this was a row of containers, but actually it's a hole of containers, so got a little bit of an optical illusion going there. It's another row of containers down low. So we only have got 2 layers right now. Yeah. Container ship played a trick on us. I can't think of a pun for container ship with optical illusion, so I left it. University running. At some point we will need the secret police here. Still need a larger kindergarten at some point, I think. Or just have another one here. I think it probably balances itself out well enough. Yeah, we don't have any unemployment due to small children. Just need to continuously build some, I guess. Heating plant is working well. Road clearing seems to be running fine too. We'll need a technical office down here, probably up here next to the steel mill area. This one we can already plan and build as well. The tunnel section we have to set up. It should be possible to just move that into the mountain here. Then plan it out later. Tunnel exit here, and then resource delivery for construction materials and pickup for prefab panels. Maybe from the same train station, I don't know. Don't want to terraform too much, but there's enough room to maybe move it back up to here. So there should be enough space. Do we have anything that I should be researching? I'm very fond of the last pollution reduction research, maybe. Could get better housing. This one is the one I'm considering, pollution filter installation. Or the fire reduction research, that would cost 3 of them over time. I think I'm going to drop in the pollution reduction. That should probably help a lot with the incinerator and the people living there. They're not very affected right now, but they will be. Winter has just started. So, I guess the other option could be metal scrap separation. So we could try and separate the mixed waste for metal scrap. Another challenge I was thinking was a recycling focused run. So like limit myself to, I don't know how much, maybe 500 tons of steel, and then I can't import steel anymore at all. And that would probably lead to metal scrap recycling and importing vehicles to get metal out of them and stuff like that. That might be an interesting idea. I do think pollution reduction research is probably the way to go. Fire reduction is BS. I'm getting fires one after the other at 40,000 per. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Was just an idea. I don't know. But yeah, we'll drop that research for the pollution reduction. I think that one has an effect, but I'm also not sure if it does. I assume it does. Still have to upgrade that section of road. We have a road connection on that side now, so I guess we could upgrade each side. This one would separate the waste storage temporarily. We'll do that. Get those waste storages roads upgraded. Meaning that we might have a little bit of pollution being generated here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Alternatively, no, we don't have a footpath here, never mind. Never mind. That is not an incinerator train. That is a brick delivery train, and they're stuck because of, well, construction tasks in the area, I guess. Because we don't have a signal here, so this all counts as one block right now. And construction trains have priority. You can move through, that's fine. That train will not be able to leave. That is true. I don't have a switch here to go between the two lanes. Guess we'll have to get some hands on. Till the tunnel construction, and then they can move through this area to get to the correct lanes that I want to, I assume. We should make a lane selector here. Really. Yeah, you can leave fine. Bus stop has been built. One more section of road up here. This one should not be built, please. I don't want to assign it. Oh yeah, the construction trains can just move here and turn around to a different lane, so they should be able to build everything by themselves. As soon as we have this corner set up, there should be fewer problems. Pipe is set up, pump is still waiting. I thought that one would finish first, but yeah, we do have running water here now. Apparently no consumption though, for some reason. Interestingly enough. But yeah, this one runs out of water for any reason, which it won't because we have water deliveries really nearby. They can start taking water from this one again. This should have higher priority. Higher priority does not change where they're taking resources from, just where you're pumping or filling up first. Warn me if we run out of fuel and or bitumen. Pipes are not built again. Still got decent amount of fuel for the train station. But we're still waiting on the construction of these. A little bit of steel left on all of them. Speaking of steel, let's go back to Kolata and check what the steel recycling is doing. decent amount. Haven't delivered any steel here yet. We can bring construction materials to this now, I think. Pollution reduction research done. Let's just try and set up the train to bring resources here and see what happens. I believe we will need another train, but who knows. So the construction material train, after unloading at Sagadoara, going here, going here. Prefab and steel at the customs house. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Prefab and steel. Then we'll go and pick up boards. I really should set up dedicated trains for each area. Anyway, we'll do that later. Boards here. Bricks in those waypoints. Bricks in Duceni after going through the waypoints here. Oh, this one doesn't have the waypoints, does it? No, it does have them. Go here. That's the return trip. Pick up bricks in Duceni. And then after the waypoint, do you even need the waypoint? I think the turn-off point is earlier. So after you pick up bricks, you have to go back here, across the bridge. No, it's somewhere completely different. I come out here. Where is our connection? Oh, it's back here, right. So after you get bricks, you go directly to Kolata. Unloading resources here. And then you return through the waypoint. And this one should have the waypoint across here too, but apparently, yeah, we need to add those. Return trip. That one. Incoming trip. That one. Hopefully that's right. Renaming waypoints would be nice. Yep, could be nice. Alright, we should be bringing construction materials to Kolata now. I will probably separate every town onto its own delivery route, because that route is getting quite ridiculous. So there could be a situation where the metal scrap storage runs full at some point. But that won't happen for a while. Should factory connection be one way? Doesn't really matter. Yes, it should be. Yes, so it doesn't push steel into that building. And we have the internal storage available for steel. I don't think it can push into the export storage, but I don't know right now. You might be onto something. Slowly making our way onto all construction tasks over here. Building up the concrete and asphalt plants relatively soon. Gravel is available, bitumen is available, cement is also available, but we need a truck to drive it up here. Yep, that was a known thing. That is true. But if we have those two connections, they should be able to go back and leave through that connection, I think. And I believe you can build at the same time. One side won't be able to leave because I don't allow for selecting of lanes in this yet, which I think I should do. So we allow them to pick lanes here and here. Well, I guess on this side we don't really need to, just on this one. On the return trip. But as I said, they should also be able to move into this area and then leave from here. This train, if it can leave, then I guess we don't really need to worry about that. Yeah, that's how it leaves. Okay. Then these ones are not necessary. Asphalt plant is up. Doesn't have any bitumen yet, but it won't get any. It just draws from the storage itself, so the internal storage won't fill up. We still have to build electricity here. We still have to bring drinking water to this area. The roads are built. Dirt roads can be removed. This connection could still prove useful. Where's the technical office? No dirt roads. will provide electricity to the area, and I guess we can also think about setting up the construction offices. Because it will make it easier to pick up gravel from this area. As I said, 2 construction offices probably, right next to the asphalt and concrete plant. Maybe even 3. First one might be a mixture of asphalt and dump trucks and concrete mixers. I want to go to... Where's Asabes? Fast travel system, yay! I don't have to scroll anymore. Cool. I think we can remove that dirt road, probably. If we get that connection going, then I think yes. So, construction offices, 16 slots I think. These ones would be too large, but these ones fit quite nicely. Face them to the side. This one, asphalt and concrete mixers, I believe. And then two for maintenance and regular construction in the area. That genuinely sounded like a top 10 excited moment. Like the 12 offices, they're good balance of cost versus capacity. Feels like the 12 offices are marginally smaller, but I guess they might be good. 16 is 4, which is a third larger, and that feels like it is... I don't know. I've usually went always with the 16 slot ones. I want some chunky construction offices here. It's going to be so good having those construction offices in the area. It's going to speed things up quite a bit. And then the asphalt and concrete and the game crash. Love it. Well, maybe we'll try the 12 space construction offices. I think the game might agree with you. I don't know. Don't think we lost anything there. Last autosave 1 minute ago, so nothing really lost. Maybe the 12 was 12. I like the larger construction offices when you transport machinery. But yeah, maybe for the mixers and the dump trucks, maybe we will use 212 or 212 construction offices. And then maybe 2 other ones just to do other construction a little bit faster. Make sure maintenance is set up correctly. Yeah, we didn't lose much. And it might also allow us to get the road connection in on the existing intersection. Nope, that intersection is a little bit too close. But then again, we could also set up 2 of these and make sure they can maintain each other and everything else. I guess, yeah, let's do that. Connection will be over here after the road construction is done. I'll start with some free construction offices that can then bring asphalt and gravel to the road construction sites here. So we don't have to wait for all of these roads to be built that slowly. If we can find our free construction offices and get rid of them. Oh, right. We still had construction offices over here for upgrading all of the road. Well, I'm gonna be lazy and drop them off here to be scrapped. I'll free up all of those construction offices. That's 4 of them. Efficient waste. Hey, at least we'll make some steel out of it. Where are the other construction offices? Sasabes. Here we have 2 of them, I guess. 1. Oh no, we have 3 of them. Okay, then they are all in one area. That's okay. Does the metal scrapyard come from scrapyard go to the recycling? Yep, I changed the truck delivery. Instead of exporting, it now goes to the steel recycling. We'll need to bring workers up here, so we need 1 or 2 buses. But once those are in place, construction over here of new road infrastructure should go pretty quick. Still should plan for a fire station. If it doesn't fit in front of the gravel storage, then we can probably make way for it over here by moving the road a little bit back. Bus stop it is in this area. Alternatively, we have the fire station right here. But that would put a lot of intersections in one area, and I don't like doing that. We might have to flip that construction office around, so the exit is higher up. That'll funnel all of the construction offices into an orderly line before they go out onto the main road, and hopefully that'll improve efficiency. Construction trains. One of them might be stuck. Nope, they were just building slowly. That's fine then. Didn't get any buses. We do have buses next to the town. And yeah, if they can lay the foundation for these buildings, then we'll deliver the resources from other construction offices across the map. Should hopefully get built faster. This one and all of this should be built by Segador, please. Our new construction offices will also have to take gravel. They could take gravel directly from the train station, it looks like. So I guess I'll pick up gravel from here for now. Or I guess the resource storage is probably a better idea. Asphalt and gravel. Just need concrete. In the future, we don't need it right now. Well, I guess we do. Let's get some concrete mixers. Foundation also takes concrete. I was just thinking roads, but we also want to build the foundations of buildings quicker. Yeah, all of these roads, the rest, the tunnels. The roads inside the tunnels can be built by the new free construction offices. Paving equipment will have to take a while to drive here, I guess. But we're not in a hurry. At least not yet. No, let's unassign that. I want to do that with the free construction offices too. At least the foundation. No, we can't. We need electricity, never mind. Won't work. We can't make asphalt without electricity. So the power connection is something we still have to build. Before we can take... before we can activate our equipment. Did we take care of crime now? Last month we had 9 cases, this month we only had 2. I hope. I mean, that might be residual cases from Valenciava that are still inside the police station and need to be resolved. So these ones will all still fail. But the rest seems like they're handling things now, so the new police station was the right choice. We have to make sure that we actually have room in our prisons though. Maybe Valenciava could hold a prison for us. I do believe that Risasabes is probably a better location for it though. Let's take a look. Only 137, so we have still a lot of space. But I will plan for another one. How many prisons do I have? Only 2? Yes, I only have 2 prisons. Three prisons. I still have a small one in Karasna, I guess. think planning for another prison is probably the right choice. Just to be safe. We'll have water, sewage handling, heating and electricity. Although with heating we have to be careful because it will put our heat exchanger over capacity. Unless we pause construction of these buildings, I guess. Which is probably the right choice. The prison should finish first. There might be more brick houses here. I'm not sure yet. We can have some of them face away from the road, and we can move them relatively close to it. But they still need to have access to the bus stop to make sure that they can reach everything. I guess they can reach everything. Wow. Somehow this feels really high density. Everything can reach everything. It's quite ridiculous. Okay. Assess the best, please. Harbor. Thank you. Oh, that's gonna be so nice not having to scroll that much anymore. The map is getting quite large with all of these settlements, especially since we're building so far away from everything else, in this case. Build a wall along the highway where it's close to the buildings. I guess we could plan the prison with a wall. I was going to put more housing around it. And the building itself does have a wall, so I didn't really want to have a wall along the road. We could have a wall for noise cancellation. Sound walls. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can think about that. A noise cancellation wall along here. But I would need to terraform the elevation first, however I want it. I thought you meant for the prison, but I think the prison will just be an inner city prison with the wall it already has. No additional one. Let's see how much heating the prison takes before I commit to it. YOLO the prison, yeah. Will do. It'll take heating, but how much? $15 cubic meters. So that should be fine. Still have to plan for another heat exchanger though. We need to expand that town. And the workers from that town will have to travel over to the steel mill with large buses being carried across the highway. That road is done. Get those roads started. Don't assign anything to it. The vehicles over here should be able to deliver all materials as soon as we have the electricity for the asphalt plant, and we'll bring a bus with workers here, I guess. So once this one finishes construction, it should work. I'll get 2 buses for the delivery of workers, I guess. We'll put that on the same route as the heating plant workers and extend the route a little bit. So this one, I assume? No. Construction offices. This one. After the heating plant, if you still have workers available, drop them off up here. And then I would like you to go across the highway if possible. So we'll add a waypoint for the return trip. Resuscibus Workers Harbor, more like. And we'll assign the buses to that route. Might need another bus or two. Distance is quite a bit longer now. We also have to set up traffic signs to make sure that the connection speed is reasonable. I don't need any traffic signs down here in the harbor area. That's just industrial traffic, except here for the pickup of citizen goods. They will have priority. Still waiting on the construction of the concrete plant and the gravel loading. If this one runs out, let me know. I don't know how many workers get brought down here, and if they all can get unloaded. If there's only that few workers, then yes, they can all find work over here. On the first stop and not the second one. Don't really need to travel to the waypoint on the return trip, that's a little bit silly. Maybe I do have to remove the waypoint. Yep. I guess they're still going to waypoints, even if they should just be heading to the end station. Get our 80% first stop, that wouldn't work. It was fewer, we had like 30%, so 80% would still unload up to 70 workers. We would need to unload everyone as a transfer stop and then load 10% back. So we always get 10% for the second stop. That would solve it. So the way to do that would be... I'm not sure I'll use it. I'll try to increase the amount of workers instead. And that looks better. But yeah. I think the way to solve it would be to unload anyone here as a transfer and then load 10% again. So that means you always leave with 10% from that stop. And then you can bring those 10% to the last stop. But ideally, we have buses full of workers heading here. Still able to unload everyone. This one was not able to unload everyone, so first workers for the asphalt and concrete. But yeah, maybe you're right. I should make sure that the asphalt and concrete is probably always supplied with workers. So we'll use that. We'll load 10% here. Back onto the bus. So the next bus will unload everyone as a transfer and then load 10% back. Meaning we'll have a few workers for the upper area. Did not load everyone back. Why? Let's wait for the next bus. Nope, they're skipping that for some reason. I don't know why. I should be able to pick them up again. I guess it doesn't work. Don't think anything changed, but yeah. If they unload everyone, they go back to the bus end station rather quickly, at the very least. There's no asphalt here yet, we don't have power, leave. People, please, there's no electricity. I didn't know they would try and get asphalt from a plant that doesn't have power. Well, at least the groundworks for the power. The substation is done. The power line has been dug out. We'll get our construction offices soon. Who's still assigned here? I unassigned everyone. I thought. I guess I didn't. Thought I copied it over. Maybe I copied the schedule instead. But yeah, please don't try to take asphalt from a plant that doesn't work. Even if workers walk in there, there's no power. That hasn't changed. Oh look, the citizen good vehicles are moving at least into the area via bridge automatically. Out of it, they're still using the harbor connection, but I guess that's fine because if they move through here, they go to the right lane anyway. It's just a little bit of extra traffic. We might set up a speed restriction on the harbor area by like 40 kilometers an hour. That might encourage the use of the bridge instead. Return connection isn't done yet. That is also true. Okay. Harbor is now 40 speed zone. They should be able to use the other lane for a return trip. So currently it's not a one-way road. But yes, if the other one is set up, it might be easier to make that decision. But the 40 zone did its job, so now they're turning around and using the highway, which is good. And it'll be more efficient once this road has been built. All that traffic optimization with like traffic signs kind of makes me want to use personal vehicles again. And I know I will regret it. But it's nice not to have to use the waypoints, and they still pick the right lane, the right area to move. We can make those one-way connections already because we have a dirt road up here where they can all move to. So up to this area should be possible. For the tunnel construction, we can't change that just yet. That might be a nice view in first person at some point. Two more deliveries, electronic components and boards. Workers we have locally. Please prioritize those constructions if possible. Let's see about the construction materials. I think 4 construction offices are going to be sufficient. If we need more, they will have to be in a different area. Like if we need a maintenance construction office, for example, next to the settlement, it'll be up here, somewhere in our service area on that side. Prefab panels, maybe up here. But I think construction materials should be down here. We could have 2 tunnels basically, one going to the construction area and one going 1 level higher for the prefab panel manufacturing. But I think both of them could also be in the same area. That would be just a tunnel directly into the storage. That could work. So the tunnel doesn't connect directly to the building. We would need a little bit of section for the train to come out of here. I guess we only really need 1 tunnel entrance anyway. So we have a selection here, which lane you want to go. One will lead into the construction area, and one will go to the uphill area for picking up prefab panels. It's a bit weird, so we'll do it. And then we might have another tunnel that goes higher than the current one. Or we have the prefab panel construction here, and I have to swap the tunnels around. So this one will be on the left side going here, and the other one will be on the right side going to the prefab panels. But yeah, concept with these tunnels is probably sound. Or we just have to take the mountain down, have a tunnel up to maybe here, and then have two parallel tracks with... I guess it won't work, otherwise we have a setup like down in the harbor area, where the track goes really close to the loading station and then they have to turn in and do a loop into the loading station itself. We'll wait. I'll leave that tunnel paused. They can already build up to the tunnel, but the tunnel itself is still up for debate. Oh look, paving vehicles that got a refuel. Last resource delivery. How far is that vehicle going to drive? Quite far. Weird corner, but okay. Where are we? Oh, we're okay. We're after the new bridge. I hope there's a little there's a little shunting train moving prefab around. We only have one space inside the station for construction materials. I don't know. Not clear yet. I should also pause this road construction until we know if the storage is situated correctly. Because if someone wants us to use a shunting train, we might have to instead use a train station and hook that up. And then we can have the two resource storages connected to that. I should do a stream where I just let my Twitch chat decide on what to do, and then it would just Mega Monkey playing through me. It would just be you playing through me, no one else. That would be funny. Alright, Mega Monkey, what to build next? Where do all the workers... Oh, the repair station. Yeah, the repair station is maybe a little bit oversized right now. We need a lot more workers to the harbor area for that to make sense. Now we should have the ability for some workers to go to the to our other buildings easily. That one will need a lot of workers to finish because we can't use a road crane, but we still have to wait for the power line. This map is so different to my own playthrough, and it's giving me so many ideas. Hey, that's what we're here for. I'm also really excited to use the container unloading stations once they change it. I'm really interested to see how that one will go when we can actually use them. But yeah, that map is like similar to Kazakhstan, but there's not many disastrous traffic jams around. What's wrong with them currently? We tried them in the beginning, and you basically can set the export warehouse to hold 5% crops, 5% fabric, etc. But if you unload, if you get like 20 containers full of crops and 20 containers full of clothing, we'll try to unload them in order that the containers arrived, and if the storage for crops runs full, it doesn't then swap over to unloading clothing. So you would need one container unloading facility for each type of resource. And they are going to change that. So containers might actually become a viable alternative to a warehouse inside a settlement. Because you might be able to set up a container unloading station next to a shopping center or inside a harbor area, and then set the unloading limits, and then you unload from there. You would need to presumably organize and make sure that you don't run full or run out of containers, because containers you can't use distribution offices. And you can't purchase containers, so you would need to have a way to make sure that you always have enough containers, and yet that you bring the right containers. So I believe in the end it will be a container unloading station with a bunch of vehicle storages next to it. So you have like a container unloading station and then a vehicle storage for food, clothing, electronics, basically for your citizens' goods. And then you can also have containers directly in the facility. Or it might be possible to do it with trains, where you always bring containers on trains, and you have one train per container type adjacent to it. So you have a train that always holds 3 food containers, 1 clothing, 1 electronics container, and some meat. And then you wait until the food containers are unloaded instead of food. Just thinking about it is interesting, but if it will work, I don't know. That's my hope. It is how it will work, because it would give the building a lot of functionality. And it would basically be for people who don't use distribution offices, because you would have to set everything up by a line. I thought we could have used that in this run, but we tested containers pretty early on and it didn't work. So maybe in the future we can use it at some point. There's the electronic components for the wire. 0.900 kilograms of wire for 4 million rubles. One day. Yep. Soon, TM. Lots of dirt on the road. I think that's all heating pipes and sewage pipes. Don't really intend to have running water in the harbor area, I don't think. But maybe I will make that choice at some point. Speed limit 40. And there's the wire. So, we should be able to have sewage tank overfilled. Right, I forgot the water in the sewage tank. But that's okay. We'll be able to run our asphalt and concrete plant soon. As soon as they lay down the wiring. No road signs back there on the highway coming downhill? Nope. Was 2 junctions. I forgot 2 junctions, okay? Give me a break. I almost had everything. With the speed limit of 60 inside the harbor area, the right-of-way intersections also don't really matter because they slow down to 60. And they can only go 40 anyway. Okay, workers from Resuscibase with a road crane from that side. Hopefully we'll have our wires soon. And then we can reassign our dump trucks. Gravel can be loaded from here. I should also assign concrete plant to everything, but it hasn't been built yet. Not a lot of water capacity in that building, that's for sure. Okay, build these please. As long as we have running water, the production is nice and quick, at least. A little bit of sewage doesn't matter. But yeah, as soon as we have the other construction materials, expanding Resuscibase should be nice and convenient. But we have to find the way to set this up, I guess. If we are going to use a shunting train, we will have to build a train station. Depends on where we will put the prefab panel production, I guess. I thought we could place it over here behind those buildings, but I'm not sure about that anymore. We'll have to wait and see. Get the construction offices set up first, I guess. And those construction offices could pick up materials from Segadoara. Which will be a road trip, but at least they would do automatic construction without us having to assign tasks. Alternatively, we'll build a resource storage and have them pick it up from there. But since I don't have distribution offices and I don't want to set up more lines right now, I won't do that. I need a drink. It would be nice if we could have personal car traffic cross the bridge into the steel mill area. But the steel mill would take too many workers. Maybe we can try the personal car route between the steel mill and the Resuscibase town. Shunting train could also grab cement and bring it back up the hill. The cement could be brought here, yes. It could make those deliveries, that's true. So it goes here, picks up cement. We don't have a train station for a cement storage here, so that's another thing, but there would be a cement silo here with conveyors, with the nice and beautiful dry bulk conveyors that are so convenient to set up. I think a truck would be much simpler for cement. Train ran out of fuel. Again, I guess the area back here is a little bit far. So our temp gas station might also have to have a train gas station over here, where we build a dirt road down, put a gas station in this area for trains to refuel on. Still haven't built a train depot, but I think the train can turn around inside the harbor, so it will probably move if I give it an order and not get confused. Yeah, and then I can cancel the move order when it gets closer to the harbor. So we'll have to build a a train diesel station somewhere in this area. I wanted to have a settlement here, but yeah, we rushed it a little bit. Alternatively, we have a rail end station that trains that want to go to the harbor area have to move through, so they are always refueled. Before they embark on the trip and before they move out of the harbor, there would be a train diesel station. I think we'll do that instead. Well, I would like to have the road connection across the tracks, but it seems pretty narrow. Oh, you can refuel. Oh, you went past the refueling station. How could you? But I got the power of signal placement, so it's fine. We could move the end station in this area too, so we have another stop here for an end station. And we just need to provide fuel. And a rail connection out. And we have the heating pipes in the way here. So not as easy as I thought it would be. I mean, the end station could also be on this side. And it would just have to cut across the track. I think we'll do that. Trains trying to leave from this area. We'll be able to refuel here. And then we have to build an end station on the other side too. For trains that want to move towards the resuscibus. Yep, we'll do that. Let's check where the other area would be. It would be next to our medical university. Basically, when they go past this, there's a very long distance where they could run out of fuel. So I guess we will have a rail end station next to the medical university. With a road connection here. Didn't really plan to have a building in this area, but I guess we can. It's mainly intended for vehicles traveling that way. And I guess it only has to have a connection in one direction. don't think there need to be pedestrians on this side of the medical university. So a regular road like that should be enough. This might need electricity anyway. So we'll also put a substation here. There will be one truck always bringing fuel to that end station, I guess. And any vehicle that wants to go to the harbor area will have to go through that end station to refuel to make sure it can reach the harbor. And on the return trip they have to go through the other end station. So we don't have to rely upon the other gas station right now, next to Temp gas station, the other settlement that we would need to set up. Well, we'll see if it's excellent. I assume it will be okay, but could also backfire in some way. Don't see how it would do that, but you never know. Active construction site. Please stand clear. I should probably also set up a depot in the harbor, just to make sure it's have a way to move trains into something. I'll hook up both sides just in case. That'll be the road connection across. And that should hopefully get built automatically. Whereas in the harbor area we'll have to get our hands on with the assignments. Didn't really plan for a depot here. That would be ridiculous. We can't really cut over the connections like that. Could have a depot in this area with a road coming down here, I guess. After we remove the power line, that would be possible. The other power line would not get in the way if we have the depot here, with a road coming up this way, and then any train could move into that. So we'll plan for a depot for that, I guess. Now the trains can work again. Alright, we got electricity, we got workers. Meaning we got asphalt and gravel. Meaning we can build the roads to our construction offices. And the foundations of buildings. Let's get a cement truck. Not sure yet about shunting cement. I don't think that's gonna happen. That truck will have such a short travel distance. We will have one truck bringing cement to a cement storage for the concrete plant. And then depending on if we can move the cement via conveyor into the prefab panel building, we won't need another truck for that, but more realistically, the prefab panel construction will have its own truck bringing cement up there. Cement is not really needed in that high quantities, since we're not exporting prefab panels, we're just using them domestically. Where are our pavers? Oh, okay. Last construction task for the concrete plant. Need to get the cement delivery set up. But yeah, that should be fine. Will only be one truck per, or one truck loading station for the concrete plant. for the time being, but it should still be much higher efficiency than before. We'll also have to keep an eye out on which trains actually have to go here. Right now it's the lumber train, it's the brick train, and the container train, so we have to send them through the end stations. Shunt would make more sense if prefab was on third layer. Oh yeah, if we had more layers, but as I said, I don't know where the prefab panel production line is gonna go yet. That one is still open. Can't wait for the construction materials to be in this area. Things are gonna speed up. Okay, the local construction officers have assigned themselves already, so concrete, gravel and asphalt will be delivered locally, and after the groundworks are done, we can assign the other faraway construction officers, I guess. Or wait for the construction of these, I guess. Let's wait for our construction officers. I think the speed restriction of 40 kilometers an hour must also happen over there. And no, it should be fine up here. This area is going to be higher speed. Steel and mechanical components. Let's go. How far away are you? Still have a lot of fuel. They're in Segadoa right now. That's a road trip. We already have those construction components inside Resasabes. They are already available here. Maybe I should assign them already. I don't have a construction office left. I think we're going to remove those signals. It's one large junction block, and the trains can figure it out by themselves. Traffic jam of a waste truck. Okay. Seems fine. If we decide that we are going to shunt cement, and we don't need the cement storage down here, we could just deliver it through the rail network directly to the storage, and we don't need to shunt it. Those trains are almost out of fuel again. It's crazy talk. Yeah. Oh, game crashed. Just mousing over a train and talking about shunting made the game crash. Unfortunate. That was autosave 3 minutes ago. Okay. Just gotta wait for the trucks to get here. And we have concrete. And then we need to wait for those materials to get delivered. Cement train also carries people supplies? No, they carry... well, yes, they carry clothing, electronics, they carry everything to this warehouse, basically. So it carries a lot. It's a citizen supply train that I hooked 6 cement train cars onto. So it's not mainly a cement train, but it does bring cement here. Whenever it goes to the border to buy resources that we didn't have enough of, it just also buys cement. All the more reason to keep it away from the filthy prefab construction. We'll see. We'll see. Oh man. Maybe I do need to set up some resource storages and start delivering stuff here. But we've been going well so far. It's just that we are actively waiting for the resource deliveries, and that's slowing down time pretty much. We have running water here now too, meaning that this footpath can also be upgraded. Health at 90%. Lots of complaints about drinking alcohol. 3,000. Well, that's 10% of our population. 18% alcohol addiction doesn't sound too high. Looks like road construction projects are done. We're just waiting on the concrete and, well, the delivery of resources for the end stations. Although in Segadoara that construction should be going by itself. And yes, I've placed this road already because we did want to have maybe another settlement in this area, so I planned it ahead a bit. Okay, just build these, we'll come back to it. Oh, concrete plant is finishing up. Cool. And you can wait until unloaded for now. Okay, should be able to bring concrete to every construction site now. As soon as we start getting workers in the concrete plant. I wanted to head over to Kolata, but apparently that construction here completed. We'll do this footpath, I guess. Yep. Next bus will bring workers, I assume. Unloaded all the workers. Where are all the workers? I guess the construction offices are sometimes taking all the workers away. That's to be expected. Hello ABD, welcome. Does cement have water? It should have... No, it doesn't. I just planned it and then sometime forgot it. So you're right. Oops. Thankfully it's only a small water pump that we still need, and the inflow. But yes, that was game ruiner. Gotta load my save game. We'll have the gravel delivered here first, and then we'll assign it for concrete and other materials. But yeah, let them deliver the gravel first. Gravel and asphalt. So this one has all the resources necessary. So does that. And I guess this will get gravel delivered right now. It does. So we can assign these two, I assume. Alright, that's water. We'll have to wait more. Let's go to Kolata, take a look at something else while that one is getting built up. there's a train that ran out of fuel again. Yes, there is. It's our container train. And the other trains might run out of fuel too, because they had to slow down so much. That one's almost out of fuel, but still has a decent amount, so do you... No, I think you're gonna be fine. Yeah. I think the rest is gonna be fine. Very long tunnel. Should be in range now of this refueling point down here. Yeah, I guess if you don't build like direct routes everywhere, cutting through the terrain 2.5 kilometers to a refueling point is quite close. So it's pretty tight. Oh yeah, the coal train should probably also refuel. That could be a nasty surprise if the coal train ran out of fuel at some point. Well, I'm full on steel. Oh, I clicked while it auto-saved, and it loaded the table first before the background. There we go. Thinking heating plant here, I guess. Means we need a heat exchanger on the road. No development that way, but potentially development this way and towards the industry area, so I think that heat exchanger would probably be okay. Replacing our small heating plant. I don't think we're going to use 3 heat exchangers in the area. I only really intend to have an oil power plant. I don't really want to have an oil refinery. But I guess the oil power plant can make a lot of pollution. Together with the heating plant, that could become a problem. So I think this heating plant will be oversized, but it will also be more efficient than trying to run 2 small heating plants. There won't be a heat pumping station in between, but we don't need to be that far away, I believe. better for future expansion too. I don't think this area is gonna expand that much. Colata was not intended to have that much expansion. And if I intend to expand it, then I think the heating plant would be too close, because I think I want to move the town up to this area. Might be foolish to build it that close then. At least we'll have a use for steel now. And I guess if we have like enough housing for 2 heat exchangers, then Colata would be pretty large already. Plus we do have the pollution reduction from the research. So who knows. Let's take a look at Hellas and see how the pollution is looking here. We had the pollution go up to that school and the hospital before. It's looking pretty good, but it is not very cold right now, so we'll see how it looks middle of winter, I guess. How's our incinerator looking? Luhasis seems to be fine. Maybe the pollution reduction did help. Do I have any advanced productions? I have chemicals if you... I have chemicals if you mean that as an advanced production. I'm producing my own chemicals for the nation. With 2 chemical plants running full tilt. Well, half tilt. But nothing else, I don't think. So no mechanical components, no uranium, no bauxite, or the like. No, we don't have that. That was not the goal. I would have had to build a container ship here if we couldn't have bought it. So I would have had to spend research on getting a container ship, which would have been crazy. Crazy fun. Well, I guess. There's an excavator in here waiting for concrete. I guess we'll send concrete from other towns here now. Enough waiting. Hoi hoi hoi. Watch me build a shipyard just to build one ship so we can export containers. I'm so glad we could just buy it. Not sure how much money is on that ship right now. Looks like about 600 million in alcohol. And then the rest should be chemicals a bit, which is 900 million. And food should be on it, which is 800 million rubles. So a few like 2 billion in rubles on that ship. It's not going to the east though, but maybe we should. Would be funny seeing that money, I guess. I'll export to the east once. Should I export now? That would make the money go crazy. But a full ship would be about over 10 billion. I wonder if we get the message about if we want to divide our currency again if I do that. Let's try it. Why not? Let's export right now. To the Soviets. Over 1,150 containers on that ship. And it's not even half full. I think it can have 7 layers. It seems like it's making concrete out of some water. I wonder if it's using drinking water to make concrete or something. There's water here. But only drinking water, really. So I don't know. Magic. Doesn't the ship show the value? No, it doesn't. Not for containers. But it'll show it soon. Doesn't have that far of a trip to get to the border. Our money should go up by $1 billion or 2. And then we'll have to change the route to the west again. I want more US dollars. The individual container does, yes. Well, I think yes it does. The containers do. 5 million per container. 4 chemicals. Food is 500,000. And I don't know if we find an alcohol container. So yeah, maybe I should up the chemical production and bring a lot of chemical containers here. But money making is not really the goal. We're already making wood. Container ship by Marvin does. Oh, we have 500 million inside our resource train bringing citizen goods here. So that's something. Also 400,000 US dollars, which is also a lot. Resources are getting crazy. Yep, it's filling concrete again for some reason. I don't know how, but it does. But only one truck, not all of them. Maybe if it's raining. Maybe it works if it's raining. It was raining right now. That would be silly. Rainwater concrete plant. That's like Captain of Industry levels. We're collecting rainwater to run our concrete plant for our 20,000 city population. So we can do maintenance fast enough. Look, food, 8 tons, 1 million rubles. Those prices, man. Those prices are getting ridiculous. It's just huge numbers, it doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, money go up. Oh yeah, there we go. We're exporting. We're exporting, guys. At least we can pay back the 350 million that we spent for the smaller container ship. This one. Money go up. I want one construction office to finish so I can actually see what the range is, if I do need another construction office up here or not. It's probably going to be better to have one, but I don't know. Small ship shows the value. Yeah, because it doesn't have containers loaded. It's a container express ship, but it can also load materials normally, so that's why it's showing the value. It does not show it with containers, but there's no container loaded here. I'm using that to export wood, which is useful. Okay, it's doing the thing again. I'm gonna save and probably report that. Waterless concrete. And then save over our regular save game again so I don't accidentally overwrite it. No idea what's going on. No idea. But we're almost ready to deliver water for real. Almost. The pump still needs its resources, but the pipes and the inflow, the water outlet from the lake, or, well, the river, has it already. We'll upgrade this footpath to gravel, I think. I need to plan the coal unloading station for Colata for the heating plant. And that one also should unload gravel. So I think asphalt and concrete plant could be here. Gravel on this side, coal directly into the heating plant. Not directly, but into a storage for it. We need a conveyor engine. I like having those. Asphalt and concrete here. And then another storage for, as I said, the heating plant. Train station for aggregate unloading. 2 slots. Thank you for the night. Can't see. One train heading here with gravel, one train heading here with coal. Coal unloaded into this one. I guess I want to build it like that. Money's going crazy. Oh yeah, we got over $1 billion now. Need more. Need more money. Okay. When will it divide by 100? It did that when we had, I think, 2 billion US dollars. I don't know if it does it with the rubles. It will ask when it gets to that point, so I don't know. Well, this train line isn't really set up the way it's supposed to be anymore. We are probably going to move the train station a little bit. Oh, it stopped. 1.17 billion. Maybe it's at the... Maybe the price went down as we were selling it. If we check the price for chemicals, for example, this year, had a little bit of a drop. Alcohol, also a little bit of a drop. Not too much, but it is noticeable. Food was probably the majority of it, and food had a significant drop while being sold. So yeah. I don't think I need another resource here, I think that's all of them. Okay, I'll get our heating plant set up. Coal storage, gravel storage, aggregate loading for gravel, and enough room for asphalt and concrete, I hope. I did not place them yet, I'm just assuming. Those buildings don't take a lot of space. Maybe the concrete plant first then. Concrete plant probably over here, and then asphalt plant in this corner. That's pretty close. Seems like it does fit though. And then probably another cement storage for the area. And a water well, can't forget that. And a delivery location for bitumen by truck from the border. The western border though. I'll place that in an area where I can put a no snow plowing sign. Probably over here. Actually, this area should probably get plowed. If there's a fire back here, that would be unfortunate. Let's place the water. The water can be here. Gravel to asphalt plow. Oh yeah. Yep. It did say it would connect though. Did say it would connect. Thank you. Okay, so the only thing we're missing is a bitumen storage, and then we have those materials in place, and we can bring coal here by train and gravel, and then Colata could basically be grown a little bit. Let's take a look what our end station next to Segadoaha is doing. It is being built up. Right, construction offices aren't assigned here anymore apparently. Power line. It's going to be a little bit of a longer power line. That'll be electricity. Okay, now we need to assign the other construction officers for that building too. So they can bring the rest of the materials here. One more board delivery, then we'll have our first regular construction office up. And we can move some equipment in. And also check how far the search radius is. That will be interesting for me. More boards, and then the water distribution to the concrete plant is also in place. Last construction task in the area, then the rail lines are done. At least up to the tunnel construction, which is currently ongoing. I assume the construction offices inside the harbor can't reach up here, but I don't know. 3 kilometers is quite a distance though, and they don't care about traffic sign speed, so they might choose... I guess it should be 3 kilometers. This is 3 kilometers. No? Seems like it will probably make it, at least partially, into the town. If it can cover everything, it would be nice. We might need a dedicated road up here. Always have to keep in mind that maintenance could become a problem. Looks like that gas station did run empty, so we can remove it now. I think I'll plan for a maintenance construction office next to the settlement, just to have it. Once we remove all of those construction offices and technical offices and have been replaced by proper buildings. Yeah. You aren't... Where are you going? Assess the best... Okay, what's going on? Did I forget a sewage switch and people have been suffering? I mean, that could be the reason. That one's empty. And that one is not. It's connected. It's not connected here, there's a bug. Okay, so we'll have to take down a little bit of that pipe and then rebuild it. Hopefully that's enough. Let's remove more, just to make sure. Might not be able to start the construction underneath the house anyway. Yeah, construction is assigned here. How's the coal production looking? sufficient. And we're running the coal mine at barely any capacity. We are building up some coal ore. But as soon as we get a train with some workers again, the ore is going to drop faster than the mine can replenish it. Not a lot of workers on those trains, I gotta say. That is very low amounts of workers. We are loading everyone. I guess they're all moving to the bus platform first because the large buildings in the background probably don't have a footpath access to the train station. Yeah, most of them can't reach it. So they're all going to the bus stop first. Which isn't that problematic. Because if they do manage to get back, they all get unloaded and moved to the train station then. But I guess that does take quite a lot of time off of their trip. We should probably tell some of the houses to send all of its workers to the train station, because these buildings don't need to send it to the bus stop anymore. We have a lot of houses that can send their workers to the bus stop instead. So now we're going to send 360 workers here, which is going to be 120 every shift. And that should be a decent amount of workers for the train to pick up. Much better. We have one or two more buildings that we can choose, but let's not change that one. I think that one dealing with... I guess... Yeah, let's just leave it. I'll unassign every task in here though. We do have enough workers for everything. Put that to 20. Container ship is back. Train is waiting too long, and it's a green train. Construction? Nope, seems okay. All but one rail line has been built. As soon as that one moves out of the way, this one can build. And it looks like the end station is being built too. Soon. We'll have to have one vehicle delivering fuel, I think. Constantly, maybe. Or wait until unloaded and then set no snow plowing to be allowed. That's probably the right choice, although it won't work here because of the low space. I guess I could have a no snowplow sign and then just wait until unloaded. First construction office is up. Asphalt, concrete, gravel. And as I said, well, the resources will be set to Segadoara, so they will have to drive very far, but we don't have to micromanage it anymore for the time being. Mechanical and electronic components we have available locally. And distance, it does not reach into town, so we need our maintenance office. Excavator, excavator, and open hull truck. Make your way here, please. Then we have a bunch of buses that we will spread out, 2 buses each, I think. Although that's getting a little bit much for those smaller offices. Oh, there you go. There's the message. It just popped up. Do I want to cut all prices by 100 because we have too many rubles? That means we will have 1.4 million US dollars. So prices are gonna look even more ridiculous. What's the power price right now? 0.21. So we might have a 0 power price if I do that. Let's do it. Yep, 0.00 for electricity. Look at those prices, aren't they beautiful? Had to divide prices again by 100. Too much money. Oil is now 0.02. Oh man. How expensive is wood? 0.05. Awesome. But yeah, seems like if you go over a billion, then it will ask you on the year change, it looks like. Maybe that's the trigger. Any currency goes over a billion. I don't know. Okay, let me know when the construction is actually done. Heating problem. Okay, there might be a fire. Just don't panic. We barely have any money left, but don't panic. In Hellas, that must be a fire. Nothing in Hellas changed. Or is there a traffic jam again? We did fix the traffic jams here, right? Yeah. There seems to be a fire somewhere. Heat exchanger. Low capacity. Does have electricity, but it might have had... I guess it has 3 connections. So I assume it's just a temporary issue and the heating will probably go up again. It's minus 14 degrees right now. Yeah, there it goes. Temperature rises a little bit and the heating goes up. Well, the traffic backed up quite a bit of the resource trains. I do like this setup, that the passenger trains can sneak in front of the other trains is awesome. So this train will wait here because of how the signals are set up. I made this a chain signal and the outer one a regular signal, so the other train just sneaks in front. It's kind of neat. Unfortunately the bridge is one whole section, so I can't place any signals on top of it. So what's our economy like right now, price-wise? Let's sort by US dollars sell price. Well, not much money to be made anymore. Ruble prices are still very high, but yeah, that's inflation for you. But the resource cost in US dollars is so low now. That is a waste train, that should be fine. Alright, the excavators are heading here. 2 excavators. I'll probably move another excavator over to the other one. Let's see, we need cover towel. One concrete mixer, 1 dumper, because they also need to do maintenance. We need road cranes, we need to move the paver and roller in here too. Excavator we have. I might make a dedicated road construction office, but not right now. Oh, those vehicle prices are cheap. Let's buy. $20.60, and we had to divide prices by 100 twice already. What's the oil price again? The oil price was already low. This might be at 0.0. Cell, no, name. 0.02. Well, the graph isn't really of any help anymore at that level of pricing. It's just, okay, flatlined. And the ruble price is just shooting up exponentially. Do you always play vanilla? I'm also thinking of trying the 1900 start again. They did add large waste wagons, which I had issues with. They might have already been there and I just didn't find them or I didn't subscribe to them. But in general, yes, I try to stick with vanilla. I don't like going around the workshop and then not knowing if something is balanced or not. I don't really... I'm playing it for the challenge, I guess. I'm playing it for doing something instead of making something look pretty. I guess I'd try to do both. Never seen the 1900 start. Yeah, there's a lot of vehicles and buildings on the workshop that allow you to do that. You start with horses and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. Very low capacity for resources. Seems like it'll encourage you to use trains quite early. But it'll also take a long time to get something up and running. So it could be fun. Probably 2 more open hull trucks. Equipment only by truck. 2 regular flatbeds. And we'll see what else we can add. Next construction office coming up soon. I tried a 1900 start for I think 3 or 4 hours, and then I ran into the issue that I couldn't get a vehicle to remove large waste containers which are necessary to do demolition work, and I didn't really want to look around the workshop for it. I subscribed to a large collection that it was labeled as 1900 start, but it didn't have it at that time. Second construction office is up. We'll need 1 large long haul, 2 small ones. The large one is necessary for hauling the excavator. We'll get the road construction equipment in. Concrete mixer, dump truck, and road crane. Okay, Starolenia, doesn't matter. That's over here where we've been waiting for us to get jump scared for the last building to collapse basically. And now everything should be collapsed. So that was hopefully the last jump scare. I should get these train lines demolished. Get those removed. End station is done. We'll bring fuel over first. I've got a spare fuel truck here. And then we should be able to run trains through this. Wait until unloaded. And no snowplow down here. And then we can refuel the trains on the trip to the harbor as soon as we have the electricity. And we still have to refuel them from the harbor, but then no more running out of fuel should happen. Oh, this one's already in place. Okay. Then I guess we'll get another fuel truck. There will be a short distance of travel from here, loading fuel, unloading it here, waiting until unloaded. And we need a no snow plow sign past this point. And I guess now that we have both end stations set up, once the electricity comes up on the other end station, we can update our train lines. There's our concrete mixers. That one only really needs the assignment to the concrete plant and we'll get a bunch of mixers. And the dump truck construction office will get the dump trucks. If you were to have a large multi-track rail station for passengers and an end station, how would you set it up? Multi-track rail station, so like a six times station. I mean, we have a 2 times station, but basically the end station has to be in the middle of the line, then where you can merge them into the end station. So what I did, I have our end station for passenger trains here. So they arrive, unload the passengers, go into the end station, and then go back and load passengers. So that's how I did it. The size of the platform doesn't really matter in that case. Very carefully. Hello, Lucky Leader. That one too, yes. That one too. But yeah. Basically behind where all the lines merge into 2 lanes, and then you can just move it into the end station. Okay, we need a construction office, as I said, for doing maintenance inside this town. But first we need to set up the switch. And this time it looks correct. Need to have another assignment group for construction offices in Versasabes. They are assigning themselves here. Gotta relocate 1 bus. And we have water for concrete making. Goes a little bit quicker with that, apparently. Okay, that sewage truck. Unload the sewage here. That one has been built. Same for you. And same for you. Can't do sport right now. Yep. Did not build an indoor sports facility for you guys yet. We'll have to assign the trucks that will bring prefab panels and boards here now. We really need the train deliveries of construction materials to speed things up. While we're building these tunnels, we will be able to plan out how the construction material and where it will be delivered. And before that, probably the prefab panel factory. So I was thinking of having the prefab panel factory here. Seems like a train might have run out of fuel again. Yep. On that side though, how is that relevant to you? Oh, there's a construction train here. Okay. Interesting. Still waiting on the electricity. A substation has been built, but the power line is not done yet. I hope all of the planning is done. I can see the power line here. There it is. Still being excavated, but almost done. Okay, should be able to find a refueling station now. No, still too far away, huh? I thought we had a deal. You find that refueling station and you leave me alone. Anyway, that is a very... That's a train. That waypoint, no, no, that one. And then harbor, okay. So, the rail end station needs to be added here after that waypoint. And then on the return trip, after you have moved into the harbor, you need to go into that end station to refuel. That should allow you to refuel. That should be the train delivering our citizen goods. As soon as we can tell it to move again. Now you can refuel. Then we have our food and meat train, same thing. After you are done unloading food, you will go through that end station. And before, you will have to go through the other one, refueling there. Next up, bricks and wood. And lastly, we would have containers. I guess I should get all the trains selected. Containers export. That is a train line, so there should be trains in the name, please. And that is just trucks heading here with chemical containers. Alright. After unloading this one, after unloading here, I guess I didn't set up any signals for the lumber train. And the brick train. That is not correct. Oh wait. Where is that waypoint? That waypoint is somewhere different. Okay. Too many waypoints. I might get rid of all of the waypoints and just let the trains try and figure it out again. Why do you have another trip that way? What's going on? Must have made a mistake with the signals. That seems fine. Return. Here. On your return trip you're also in that area. So why are you doing another trip that way? Autosave. I'm just gonna get rid of all the waypoints. The waypoints don't help me. The trains should figure it out. I'm gonna get rid of them. Oh, they will go through grain storages, but if they run into issues, we'll set up signals then. And they'll run through this. Oh, this is terrible. Anyway. Yeah, now you only have one trip, so there must have been a mistake with the waypoints. Let's remove the waypoints for the other two train lines too. These ones don't have it. This one I just removed, and then we have our trains here. Most likely they will run into issues next to the farming area. But it might also be fine. There shouldn't be really any issues moving through that. We'll see. Let's make sure no train is stuck. Can't sort by issues, so no train seems to be having any. Seems to be fine. We have two road cranes here, we have one road crane here. I will get another road crane for that one. Did I already move all of the road cranes into a construction office? No, I did not. So why do we have an extra vehicle there? The covered haul truck. No, we should be identical. Okay, we'll set up a maintenance construction office now. I'll move the water and sewage truck into the other technical office. They can't help the town anyway. We need the sewage pipe back, otherwise it's not enough. But it should hopefully not take too long. Make sure that the other construction offices can at least get to that point, and then put a maintenance office there. Oh, but wait, we need to increase the range. Yeah, can't get into town. Too far. But it can get to the service area up here. So if we build the maintenance office right here, it can get maintained by another construction office. And we have another use for another road crane. And buses can go in here too. Assignments should have been made. Everything is assigned correctly. Seems right. Let's take a look at the prefab panel factory. That one's pretty beefy. It'll need gravel and it'll need cement. I still want to have a cement storage here. If we move the mountain back a little bit, then I guess this could become the location of the prefab panel factory. Then we need the connection for gravel, which is over here. And it's going to be annoying to make. And the connection for cement. Alternatively, try and get another level in. How high up is a pedestrian overpass? That seems pretty level. 14 meters to 24 meters, so about 10 meters. Maybe 9 meters. It looks like it has a gentle upward slope. So if we go from 14 meters to 23 meters, 14.23 to 23.23 with the correct tool. 23.23. And that one should be a nice overpass. Yep, that looks pretty flat. So it seems like it's about 9 meters. Yep, 3 clicks, 9 meters. Okay. I don't really have an easy way to flatten this with multiple overpasses uphill. I thought the hill wasn't that tall, but I guess it is quite tall. Prefab panel factory here. Resource storage for prefab panels carried by truck into the other resource storage. Or the train has to turn around here and go into this resource storage. Or as I said, the train comes in from this side and hooks up into the resource storage like that. No shunting train, unfortunately. Sorry. Sorry, Mega Man. Sorry. So that way, rail connection comes out, goes into the mountain, hooks up on the right side. Left side would go into our general resource storage, which would be filled with prefab panels by a truck constantly, I guess. So to deliver here, they don't need to bring prefab panels to the area anymore. But trains moving out of this area need a way to pick up prefab panels. No, we need the train station for it. Because the train will go here, deliver construction materials, and then will try to pick up prefab panels. And it can't really do that from tunnel to tunnel unless I make another loop. It's probably going to be best if I have a train station. So we have a small resource storage for the prefab panel factory, and a truck constantly trying to fill the prefab panel storage at the train station. So the resource storage here shouldn't be the concerning bit. Traffic jam, that looks like building maintenance. Yep, that one is absolutely fine. Market report, iron price going up. Demolition office in Recessibe's harbor is on fire. Let me zoom over there because I want to be there. So many fires. It's fine. Alright, prefab panel factory. Let's slow down the game. I don't want to be flooded with messages, even though it's March and shouldn't be a problem, but still. So ideally, if only those connections were on different sides. Okay, this should work if we can get across the... I guess we don't need to get across the road. We are set up well. Water, sewage, and electricity. Can we get the gravel conveyor connected? Yes, we can. And then the cement silo. I don't know why it has multiples of these. Road connection here is going to be the problem. That'll work. How can we get the gravel connection to go there? Don't know if that will connect or not. Doesn't look like it will. Looks like the concrete plant building is a little bit too large. It's really hard to see right now. I hope the night ends soon. We might have to move the prefab panel plant a little bit back, just to make it easier with the connections. This is a little bit fiddly, so we'll have to terraform a little bit more. Okay, we know how the connections are supposed to be made. So we'll have an aggregate conveyor here, and then diagonally the cement silo connection. But shouldn't they be made? Wait, I think the prefab panel plant was the wrong way around. Yeah, it was the wrong way. This is how it was supposed to be. I think that should make it easier. Open problem currently that I can see is the connection for the resource storage, which would be behind here. This area is not really suitable for one, but there should be enough space here that we could flatten out. But yeah, so we have an aggregate conveyor, no problem really. And we have our cement silo in here, I guess. Maybe a smaller one. And we can use the one with the factory connections to make it a little bit easier. I do want a smaller one though. This one seems convenient. That one has the road connections, the one-way roads again. Just gotta be aware of that. I guess we can use the conveyors on that. And then we would need enough room here for the resource storage itself. Resuscitus warehouses without electricity. Oh, there was a general fire in the power transformer. Okay. Never mind then. So a small resource storage should be enough just to have enough product here to carry it over to a train station with two cargo with two material pickups. Then we only really need one tunnel, and the second one at some point could come up here, and we could develop something in this area. I think in general this will work. I mean, we don't even need the resource storage. The building itself has enough storage internally anyway. Let's see how much storage it has. 108 tons. I think that's plenty. I think that will be enough. We'll build that. And then plan the train station here. So I guess we will be using the tunnel like that from the right lane. And the left lane will potentially go up in this area at some point. But right now I need to fit the cargo station here first, which will bring the resource deliveries to this area. And I am fine with up to 2 trains loading or unloading here. Actually, I'm fine with 1 train because I only have room for 1 train. Do I actually need to set up a double tunnel? Or what about a parallel train station where multiple trains can arrive into? I think since we're picking up prefab panels and we might have even more settlements that might arrive here at the same time, we will have to give ourselves some extra space. The train will come in this way behind the construction offices and will go into a train station here with resource storages connected to it. Two should be enough. This is already quite large. This is not going to be the final position of that, but basically you have the resource storages either that connected by a sideways factory connection or this way, but for that I guess I could use these smaller storages. It would already be 300 tons of prefab panels, and we could have multiples of these. I don't know. I would like to have the large resource storages, but I will have to think about that, I think. I can't decide right now. I don't want to endlessly terraform that. But maybe I have to move it back a bit more and just easily fit in the 2 large. I guess we could also fit in these storages with the train connection directly. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. We'll build these 2. And we have one here and the one after it, so it will arrive here, unload all of its construction materials, and then drive to the next train station to pick up prefab panels. Maybe that is the better way to do things. don't think it'll work. Unless, of course, we leave enough room for the trains to just go back the same train line it came from. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll place those storages here. There's gonna be a place for the trucks to come here and pick stuff up. And the trains will arrive and have the option of waiting in this area a little bit. So there's going to an incoming train platform. Trains go here, unload construction materials, then go here and load prefab panels, and then move back out. And this needs to be... this is going to be a different train station. I hope it will work. This needs to be 150 meters. That's already 200 meters, so we can have the train line come off of this. And it needs to go into a tunnel, pretty much. Tunnel entrance would be around here again. Incoming train. Outgoing train. Move in. Construction materials. Move here. Load prefab panels. Leave. So it would be 2 tunnels in this case. That means we will use both tunnels, I guess. And they can't really wait in the tunnel. Like, they can't stack up in the tunnel, so there could potentially be a traffic jam in this as they try and arrive here and trying to load prefab panels. Maybe I need a waiting yard in front of the tunnel before they move down into this area. I don't really have a waiting platform. Or I need to move everything back and allow for a 150 meter long train to at least have a little bit of a waiting platform here. I think the tunnel is set. I think the tunnel will happen this way. But this area I'm not happy with yet. I think we need to move these further back. There's stone in the way. Having them one after the other, if it works, is gonna be nice. But if I don't have the option for trains to wait in the area, it's gonna be problematic. I guess we only have 2 trains right now, but in the future it could be 1 train per settlement. Well, it's been 6 hours. I'm gonna think about that tomorrow, I guess. We're gonna put a cut in here, and I am going to take a break, because it's been a nice and long stream, and I had a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed watching too. Is there anyone streaming in English? No. None that I know. Could raid you to a random stream, but we'll just go over to Project 7. So, if you want to watch a German streamer play Bob the Builder in Workers and Resources in a dark timeline, post-apocalyptic, and stick around. If not, I wish you a good day. Take care. All the best. Only one more day until weekend, so hang in there. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.